everyone doing today? Hope y'all are doing well. We are going to be doing some space engineers building today. Primarily, we're going to be working on a few of the designs that I had come up with earlier, or more or less just continuing working on the ships that I had been working on previously. Unfortunately, that will take a little bit of but yeah. We're going to be working on some of those older designs. One of the other things we're probably going to be doing is I'm probably going to be making a few adjustments. I may also soon start trying out Space Engineer 2. I don't know what all's currently available in the game. I'll have to do some more research, but I think there's a decent amount of the systems in that game ready. Yeah, I don't know. I hope y'all are doing well. We're gonna be hopefully designing I need to finish designing the back half of the ship that I'm working on. Oh wait, no, front half, and then work on a few other areas. But yeah, we're gonna continue this. I think I'm going to change how the engines are designed. And then I also am probably going to do slight adjustments to the front end, just so that I can make things work better. One of the other things I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start designing the custom turrets that are going to end up being the semi-prime weapons of this ship. So, some of the base weapons are going to be designed, and then other areas will be placed. The primary of this ship is probably going to be a couple of 6 artillery turrets or 6 railgun turrets. So I just need to, design those, figure out where I want to place them, and how I want them to shoot, and build the functionality for them. But once this is all figured out on the outside, then we'll worry about the interior a little later. But yeah, that will be one of the primary goals, will be to make that adjustment set. Yeah. I think the other thing I'm going to do is, if I can, I might try to figure out how I would want a different type of ship to work. More or less small transports, and how I would have them work with this bigger ship. One of the ideas that I just had, or I've had, would be to use a transport that would more or less come up through the bottom here, maybe even sticking slightly further up, and that more or less having connection points that will be in this zone and working there and stuff. So, but yeah, I think the first thing I'm gonna do is I think I'm going to alternate and cut off these engines. So we'll just quickly, I'll just do this. We'll see. B. I'm just gonna blueprint this, rename it as engine. Oh. We'll just call it engines out. Now I can find it later if I want it. And then, yeah, what I'm going to do is come over to the outsides of these engines, and I'm going to cut these off entirely. Now, I don't know how that'll work with the rest of this, but I'm going to cut off these engines, and we'll see how everything else kind of fares. Now, this will cause some problems, but hopefully not many. Okay, and then the last thing to do is to just snip this. I should now be able to delete. Oh, that would have been bad if I missed. I should now be able to delete both of these. So, full delete, yes. And it deleted the entire ship. Quick load. Let's try to do that right this time and not have everything connected. And yeah, what we're going to basically do is we're going to have all of that more or less built together. The other thing I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to build some interesting designs and try to make it so everything kind of fits well. I think one of the other things I'm going to probably do is use, because part of the design for this ship is that it's supposed to be designed for more or less long-range expeditionary adventures. So going longer distances with the intent of finding and categorizing what's there, what may or may not be an enemy, and of course keeping the borders of the group that uses these secure. So those are the main goals of this ship, and so I have to remember that in the building of it. It's supposed to keep the borders between two nations, the borders between nations, and this would be its sort of patrol force. Making sure that no units could go into places like asteroid belts at the outside of systems. You know, something that could probably be very dangerous if an enemy unit gets to. Alright. Cut this. And then we're going to cut this. Okay. Now I believe that's it, right? There we go. Now it's been removed entirely. Alright. This one's gonna be the more fun one because I've got to more or less find where this is building connected and where other things more or less took over. So this entire space gets to be chopped off, but the rest of this I think I'll leave. Alright, let's... Alright. Yeah, we're just gonna chop all of this off. Remove what's left, and then figure out how I want to actually carve up the rest of this later. Alright. Delete, yes, please don't get rid of everything. Yep. And then, of course, needing to... Alright, now I just chop the rest of this. And try to figure out how I want the rest of this to look. But yeah, I do think what I'm going to do is redesign the engine housings, at the very least. which could make for some interesting, yeah. Redesigning these engines could be rather the interesting effect. Let me maneuver the sun. Block type, there we go. Maneuver the sun so it's facing the... About this. Alright. I guess the other bit is this really does change how this back end really does meet up. So I think what I'm going to do is just simply remove this. And yeah, more or less just chop all of this off. Get rid of everything, more or less allowing that connection to take place. And removing all of that. Get rid of all connection. Good. This should now be perfectly suitable to just remove. Fuck. I did that again. Alright. Either way, what I hope to do today is I hope to redesign the back end a bit so that it works. I think what I might do is I might do, instead of a singular, if I'm going to do a engine housing on the sides, what I might do is I might create a more, because the other bit is a lot of the ship has, at least the back end of the ship right now, is way more fluid in shape, more smooth in shape, versus the octagonal housings bolted to it. Whereas, I don't know, I feel like maybe... I feel like the octagonal housings for the aircraft might work, but I feel like the rest of the shape, if I'm going to have it slightly fluid, needs to be more fluid, or if I'm going to have it blocky, it needs to be more blocky, but I need to decide on one for the rest of the ship. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to first see how I like it if I cut the edges around it, how I think of that, and then try to redesign the front or build out the rough of the front and then see how I like it there. Because that's going to be really the big problem right now, is just figuring out how I want all of this to end up. Oh, good. It saved. Really reasonable timing. I need to remember to chop down and chop up. Okay, now this should completely be separated from it, but I'm going to make sure. Okay, Control, Delete. Thank you. Excuse me. I don't really know how this part's gonna end up going, so I'll leave that be, but I think a lot of the rest of this, I'm now going to more or less clean up certain areas. Like pushing you all the way back to that. Just blocking this off. And I think what I might do is I could do that as the housing, maybe. I could do that as the housing, and then maybe the other thrusters more out and a bit further forward. But I do need to, of course, do all the deletion and stuff that I haven't yet done. Okay. The thing, this one's good to delete, good. And then that's not on the other side, is it, anymore? No, it is not. Right, because this is entirely separate. I can just delete you. Good. Alright. And so now these should more or less be exactly equals on either side. So yeah, what I'm going to try to do is see how it looks to throw these thrusters in places and see how they look. Because that is going to be one of the difficult parts of this, is trying to get thrusters to look right in location. All right. I'm gonna try to build it out there. And then we're gonna try to go this way. And then I think I'm gonna go like this. More or less doing that for its thrusters. I don't know, I feel like doing that makes the back end look wrong. I feel like I need to add in some form of winged element. I just don't know how to do that in the best way. Because, yeah, that feels just too small. Yeah. I really don't know what to do because it looks too small, but I can't think of any way to necessarily add to this besides adding wider thruster wings. But then that makes this not work right. So it either works how I was doing it, or it doesn't work at all. And I just, I don't know. I feel like me trying to round this out is really one of my biggest problems. I feel like I might have to strip all, I might have to strip the entire hull of the vehicle again. I don't really want to try to do that. But after removing those, I don't see... It feels too angled for this to work in this manner. But then what I'm going to do... I'm going to respawn in the other version of the vehicle. And then what I think I'm going to do is I might start redoing the lines. So I might start redoing lines like in this front here, stripping away all lines besides the top side profile lines. I'm pretty happy with the side profile lines, I think. Yeah, I feel like that clipped nose can work really well. I feel like I I feel like oddly enough, I need to drag this back end a little bit further back and then to add a air gap before adding something sort of like a almost wider shape to the back end here. So you kind of almost have this, again, overall wedge shape, but sort of with like this curve, sort of like a Mon Calamari cruiser maybe, with rather than like the full wide shape, it's more or less coming to a stark angular piece on the back. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna go spawn in the. I don't want to spawn in the older version, but I think I want to strip away all of these armored bits, which does suck. I'm gonna quickly exit and see if I have one of these. I'm gonna go to one of the older worlds and see if I don't have one of those that has been stripped of the outer hull plating for most of it. Load game. Because yeah, the overall size looks good. I overall like the idea, but a lot of my plating I don't like. I spent a lot of last time building rounded, and the shape of the hangar area just doesn't suit rounded. Right, that's one. V2. Then we have TX, which is even older. So I'm gonna try V2 and we'll see how where I ended up on the V2 version. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change that. The other thing I think I'm gonna try to do is I feel like I want to design some of the bottom of the vehicle to better suit a version of this ship with the intention of having an underhanger. So maybe dragging the bottom a little bit further down and potentially almost forming a underside V sort of shape where it kind of goes down a little bit. I think that'll look good. That way, when things try to land on the underside, it sort of has these ridges underneath it that'll slightly pull a little further out. Whether that be, like a 22.5 degree angle like the 1x2s or what. But in fact, I probably would do those, just pull it from like a straight to those 1x2s. It goes down a little bit to form a just ridge along the outer edge. I think that'll look cool. Or at the very least, will allow for some interesting shaping to take place. Alright, this is very much an older design. Okay. Very old design. I need to chop a lot of things off. This was back when I was doing the rounded versus straight edged design. Yeah, so what I feel like I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna chop both ends off, do that. And I also have barely done any of this. So I think what I'm gonna do is we're going to alter the time of day offset. And then I'm going to start stripping areas of their thing. I do like this idea though of building an outer rim of the ship. So I feel like what I'm gonna do now is we're just gonna more or less connect the very center of these builds across. The other bit is I feel like this will allow me to then use the heavier armor to finish shaping. Good, do that. And yeah, I think I'm basically gonna strip these down to their bare bones and replace it all. Everything basically from about this edge onward will be stripped and removed. All right. There we are. I think there's be this, which I don't want. And then, yeah, I'm just going to remove all of that. Make sure that's the same on both sides. It is not, because this is no longer. Right. This should no longer be connected, but this should be perfect. So now I should be able to delete this front section. Do the same with the back. And then more or less just replace this with larger ones on the other side. So coming over here. And then I can just more or less large blocks, multiple areas of connection. So remove you, add you. Remove you, add you, and more or less repeat the process of removing and then adding blocks. So we'll add that. You gotta remember, everything has to then be buildable, so I've got to remember to delete and re-add good. All right. Good. Good. All right. Now we've got a rough outline. And then once this is built, I did that wrong. Place you. Oh. Good. Do that. Do that. That fits right. And then we just... Good. Ah, shit. None of this got built. Okay. Hopefully this all looks right. I haven't the slightest. Good. I think. I truthfully have no idea, no. Z. Good. I mean, none of that inner piece got built. Damn it! Fucking build this, please. Now that gets built. Add you. Why do you not get built? So hard to fucking tell. Okay. I am okay. I think the insides are all fucking equal now. Wait, why is there nothing in the zone? Everything should be... Okay, you know what? Fucking hell. That's fine, I guess. Fucking remove and strip this entire surface. And rebuild this entire fucking surface. Okay. Let's try to get this to work right. Okay. Let's try to make this work. Because I think I'm gonna have to use this ship. Is going to end up having to take some odd rolls in its finished design. Let's just... And then you gotta, yeah, remake all of this. Okay. This is so very hard to try to make work right. Alright. Let's see. Okay, and then I think I need to just simply... Okay, so is this now perfectly copied to all sides, no matter the level of build? How does this side look? Well, it's missing a few things, such as this. Like if that would actually have been built right. Is that even right? Okay. Looks like I'm deleting the entirety of the design. Okay. There we go. Now this should all be the exact same on all sides, which it does look to be, which means I can start. Oh, these are missing a piece. Okay. Now I think this should be all of these pieces built finally, which means I can now go over. This is an older design, which means that I'm going to have to grab the corner sloped heavy armor blocks and the standard heavy armor slopes. All right. Perfect. And now I get to basically build this up, knowing exactly where each piece should go. Everything can be built quickly. All right. And all will be built with the heavy armor slopes. All will be built with the heavy armor slopes. All will be built with the heavy armor slopes. Yeah. The design for this ship is going to be that it is a pretty much, imagine sort of like a Star Destroyer, more or less. That's the idea. This thing is designed to be more or less the Star Destroyer of the world. Capable of being outfitted for different mission sets, and because of the outfitting for different mission sets, carrying a different armament or weapons package for different options. So this one would be using heavier reliance on a sensor package added to it, the sensor suites would be a addition to the vehicle. And now we've got all built out with the heavy armor slopes. Yay! All right. So this part is now done. And the next thing that I need to do is more or less replace a good chunk of this. Let me just get rid of the other. Alright, there we go. Now what I gotta do is I get to more or less redesign the whole fucking thing. At least a lot of this. I don't like how this front looks. To me, this feels just not good. I like that front angle, so I'm gonna keep that front angle, but I'm gonna chop pretty much all the rest of this off. So we're gonna get rid of you, we're gonna get rid of you. Good. And that's now completely removed these side panel pieces. And that's basically what I'm going to do for all of it. I'm going to keep more or less the slopes like this. But none of the rest of these slopes do I think make a whole lot of sense. So we're just going to flip them away. Because I don't like them. So now what I get to do is I get to redesign that. So given the idea now that I have for having stuff underneath it, I feel like what I should do is continue that undersection down a bit further. Under the slight change of angles, and then keeping that change in angle, or at least gradually doing it. So that's like 3 of these to 3 of these. And then rather than widening here, maybe going down and then widening. And yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to remove this. Okay, so this sort of angle is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you're down. So if I count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. And then we go 1 more down. Then we're going to do the outward angle rather than just continuing from that position, which also allows for that gradual slope meeting the larger slope to then do the right angle bit, which is going to more or less just angle it outward a bit. We're going to go by this many blocks. Yeah, so there's a 3-block inner gap, and then we're just going to go back an indeterminate amount. We'll say I think I want to do this area as 2 big guns underneath, similar to probably what I'm going to do up there. I'm going to kind of do this front nose, 2 large guns. We'll get to like the mid with these, and then we'll go to the back. So we'll do that. So I think, how long is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did that wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And how wide? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So this is just barely longer than it is wide. So I think I'm going to do 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We'll do 19. So it'll be 19 long. And then we're going to go down, I think I'm going to go 3, and then we're going to repeat 19 backward. Right? That's how many are in the center gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Perfect. So then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Perfect. So now that would be 2 of those, 2 of the main cannons are going to sit on the underside. 2 are going to sit up top. And then I think the other of the larger cannons are probably going to sit... Honestly, I might have them maybe sit on the sides aft of the hangar bay. Maybe. Or maybe in front of the hangar bay low, and then when it widens again aft hangar bay. Yeah. I gotta go to the bathroom though. I'll be right back.
Whoa, that dragon just swooped in. How are you planning to take it down this time? Let's hear your strategy.
Okay, we're in the back. We're back. Alright. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is... one of the things I'm gonna do now is I think I'm gonna run one more addition to the width. So we'll go down again, then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do 7, an angle of... You know, I think what we'll do is we'll do an angle of 5, which I think looks pretty long. We'll do backward a bit. And then over here, we'll do an extra bit of angling. Maybe another angle of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think that looks good. So we kind of have this spaced angle, and then backward a bit. I feel like the angle of 5 might be a bit too much. We'll do an angle of 3. Especially for how much farther down this is. And then, yeah, this will be more or less a flat area. Yeah, I feel like that's much nicer of a angle to try to work with. Because I can make that more or less straight up and down without really making any issues. This can more or less remain a flat surface with maybe a viewing or other surface underneath without too much extra work to make this work. I don't know how I want to continue it after this point, but at the very least, that doesn't look half bad. The other thing I'm going to do is I think I'm going to do very similar to the stepping process, where I think I'm going to cut forward a bit and do earlier right and stepping up. So it kind of goes wide and then angles downward until we get to back here where it's more or less a square. So it's like a triangle nose. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go inward a bit. These go out 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're just going to do that. Good. One more. That's out 4. And then we're just going to go back 19. 1. Or no. total of 19. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 19. And then we're going to go up by 2. So it's going to have a little less of a height. So these might not be able to aim down as much. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we'll just double check this. And then I think I'm going to do another riser. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. All right. One more riser. 1. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Perfect. And then what I think I'm going to do is I am then going to, I think, start a slight widening of the top and the bottom shells. And then we'll do a 3 widening instead of the larger widenings at the bottom, almost inversing the angular action of the vehicle or the ship. We're also going to build this up one. All right. And then we can go backward a bit. And yeah, I think this will work pretty well. We'll do this more or less all the way across. And I think this also works well because if I wanted to add a upper bridge, I could very easily add it over top of where I'm at, where this overlooks. So this could very easily be made into the end of the bridge. So now the other thing I'm going to do is more or less, honestly, just kind of keep a slight. Honestly, this isn't bad. I feel like now I need to widen these portions so that these are further out, maybe by an extra, I don't know, 5 or 6 blocks, so that they're on the outside of this row right down here. Even though I made it this wide to connect, I feel like I need to connect this to basically this height and this depth a little bit. Yeah, so go back a little bit and go out by about 2 blocks. Yeah, I think that'll do good. So it'll widen this slightly, but I feel like that'll make it look even better. And then I need to more or less figure out how I want the angles to go from here to here. So what I'm going to do is more or less do this. Because I think the height that these are at are right. I think I just need to bring this a little further outward. So I'm just gonna snip you. We're gonna come over here. Delete all of that. And then do like 1, 2, 3 out, I think. There we are. Yeah, that is perfect. So Control C, Control delete, and then from this point, 1, 2, 3. Apparently, there's a lot of other stuff I've got to Control delete. Which apparently I didn't need to Control delete before, but apparently required the Control delete on the other side, which concerns me. All right, there we are. Okay, so everything else looks right. I don't know what would have gotten disconnected from doing that. I think it's... Is it this internal one? It's the internal angular. Okay. There's just a couple of internal components that will probably be removed anyway, so I will leave it like it is for now. As long as 90% of this is fine and the outside looks fine, I can deal with the fact that the internals are probably not going to be perfectly even. But yeah, I think that works pretty well. That also keeps that pretty nicely contained. And I think the added width I can make do pretty well as long as I bring it to that width or further on the aft. So probably bringing in the upper and lower sections a bit. Maybe even doing one lower step for a turret on both front and back. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 of the large cannons that are released on the tops and bottoms. And then maybe 2 or 4 on the sides. Although I also like the idea of potentially doing a bit in front of this, where I stack 2 on top of each other on sort of a rounded sort of parapet type thing. Which I think may also be pretty cool to more or less... Actually, yeah. I can make this more or less vertical sides and then add outgrowths with like a double turret in the front of this. Sort of on like a perfectly round fit, I could do that. Because that would look really good in front and behind, doing 4 on each side. I would just need to try to figure out whether or not the scale would work. So let me do that. I'm gonna come from over here. We're going to build up from this point. again, these are going to be more or less internal frame building, then on top of a lot of the frame with light, besides, of course, on the hanger section. So how wide does this go to get from here to this outer edge? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which would work well for maybe slightly smaller. So these would be maybe, I don't know, octuple barrel, 9 blocks wide, 4, 4 on each side, and then these might be maybe double rail guns on either top and bottom. Yeah, I think that'll work. So I can do like a 9, and I can kind of have that bend over. So whilst the top and the bottom area might round it, this is inset into that system and built more or less before it. So more or less doing something kind of like this, where it then kind of comes over to like this. Doing that, maybe one more, then doing doing something like this, maybe. Building up sort of an outer edge case. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. And then doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then of course rounding or doing something like maybe a this. And bringing this more or less to the rest of the ship. I think we'll do the 5. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this would kind of continue more or less until it reaches the front like this. And then I would put the turret, basically dual of these railgun turrets, sort of in like a stack like this here, and then maybe one over here. And doing these dual railgun turrets, running a more or less inset into the wall. So if I was to mock up one of these, I would probably build it. Well, just to mock this up, so not really to place these in a more permanent manner. So I think I'll come over here. The goal is primarily just to build out a thing capable of resembling what it would have to look like for a double or a quadruple. Probably put it there. Running advanced rotor there. Probable. Running probably a conveyor belt a little bit behind just to make this work even better. Probably running this, and then running a build like this. Yeah, that would work. Potentially, though I don't know how that would work. necessarily when it comes to these railguns. Actually, I think I do it angling it this way. And these would be dual railgun turrets. And actually, that doesn't look half bad in that position, because I can easily go in maybe one block, and then if I just simply say that's pretty good, maybe add in like a counterweight of like a battery or something here. Because I just need some sort of counterweight to allow this to, I think, go down, more or less. Check this. Good, you are on the right object. Perfect. Okay. And then, yeah, more or less just do that. So I'm just gonna quickly do that. Control CU. Good. Make sure that these are merged together, and then we'd do probably actually a second and or a third right about here, and then probably about here, we'll say. So if I do V, rotate U outward, V, rotate U outward. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move this further forward and then face it once again outward, maybe. And then V. So this would be the design of it. 3 of these, top, bottom, just lined up like that right in front. Maybe building up that a little bit higher. I think I might increase the distance between the top and the bottom one by like 1 block. But that would prove a formidable weapons cache, top and bottom. Not to mention the octuple on the top and the bottom. Yeah, the other potential would be using yeah, the other potential for this would be using artillery, although I don't know if artillery looks beefy enough to make it work. Artillery might be too small. These are, of course, not the actual weapons that would be used. But the idea would be maybe an artillery, dual artillery, kind of work well like this. Yeah, these look just slightly too small. But yeah, you'd have something. I just realized that this is not at all. Oh, the middle didn't actually remake. That's because they never joined properly. That's nice to see. What? Okay, M. Alright, so that's unfortunate because all of this would not be replicated to the other side. So I would probably have to replace these, which would suck. But yeah, I definitely think I had to do the artillery, and then I also think I'm going to increase the distance between top and bottom by about 1. So I'm gonna go quickly deselect these and then reposition everything. And yeah, I do think I'm going to do that as a top and bottom piece. But first, I gotta remake all of this and make sure that these make sure that these bridge the gap into forming this I really do not like having to remake entire sections of this. Good. Alright, let's finish building this. And then once this is all done, we will be ready to, I think, do some of the other designs. And, you know, I think I'm going to place in the actual turrets and then build the rest of the ship more or less around the turret placements, at least the custom turret placements. The other bit is, of course, I think I might also alter the supposed fighter complement of this vehicle, because, I'll be honest, I think the fighter complement might be a little too small of a fighter complement. I might increase the or lower down the heavy fighter complement, but yeah. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this about this position there, then we're gonna go about here. Alright, perfect. There's about a 2-block distance between these each placement. Alright, I think we'll do that and we'll see how that looks, because then there's a 2 blocks between, so this is in line with that I think will work. We'll do V, and then I'm going to place these on top, and we'll see. Oh, that placed wrong. Alright, let's swap the direction you're facing. And I would have to severely lower that, and I think I'm going to move you a little further over. So we're going to go more or less do this. Let's... Yeah, I think here will be the better place. 1, 2... delete you. V. Good. That keeps distance, and that more properly spaces these out. Perfect. And I think that works pretty well in terms of distance and how they look in relationship to the rest of the ship. I might move that down to only 2 of those, though, and maybe do something else here, maybe a smaller anti-aircraft gun, or just remove that entirely and bring that further back, because I feel like that's too close and require me to bring inward the width of the ship rather than slightly go outward the width of the ship. So I feel like that might not work well, but it is an interesting shape. And for now, I will keep it like this. I also now have to, of course, do all of this. Ah, yes. Remove that, yes. And do this, Control V. And V. Boom. And then do this, Control V. Boom. Go underneath the ship. And then do Control V. Alright. Boom. Control V. Boom. Control V. Boom. This produces quite a substantial amount of firepower on this grid. I think that works really well in conjunction with the other idea of doing the other stuff, and I also feel like this does well at doing what it's supposed to, which is create sort of the same feeling that the big guns on the Star Destroyers, how you only see like 8 of those large guns. The idea would be sort of similar, where you don't really see a great many of these things, but they're huge, and you don't really want to see these. I feel like that does really well in terms of its weapons complement, especially if I can add in the other weapons complement, which I'm going to go design at least the very basics of. So let's go do that. The basic idea is to more or less come to, we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll go 7 back. Use you. Zero. And then what we're going to do is then we're going to make use of the conveyor junction to rotate it this way. These are going to be a different style of turret, and therefore have a slightly different way that this is going to operate, as these are going to be much, much bigger. Boom. Yeah, I like that a lot better than doing a double, so I think we'll stick with this. I am half tempted to... they don't actually connect like that, so we'll not do that. I was going to say I'm half tempted to do something like this, but that doesn't actually have a connection. I would have to do it one further lower, which I don't want to do. So we'll stick with this, because that feels about right in terms of size. And then I'll just do this, Control C. Boom. Make sure that that's bridged. And then we're going to add this to each area. This is, of course, how many back from the very back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then a block across. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. So this would be where the turret would be placed, is that line. Do the same thing up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Block across. Boom. And then we're just going to bridge it across. Do the same thing over here. V. And we'll come over here. V. Yeah, I like that. That looks really good. It looks sizable enough to pose a threat, which is exactly what it's intended to do. Though I do feel like those turrets look slightly undersized. So I feel like I'm going to need to pull the thing forward before adding in the drawing back. And then also pulling a little further back, now that I think about it. So I'm going to go redesign and remove. So remove, delete. Doing the same thing. Remove, delete. And then, of course, redesigning this thing because, well, I'll be honest, this thing needed to redesign. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to do this. We're going to do a conveyor junction. Then we're going to go forward, forward. Actually, I think what I'm just going to do is I think I'm just going to reverse the angular rotation piece. So this now goes forward instead of backward. And then I think, yeah, we're also going to just keep like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. The reason I'm doing it this way is because I want to use like a volley fire type of effect. And so what'll happen is that it'll fire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in that orientation. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to actually fire it in that sort of order because they're not going to be numbered in that order until I renumber everything, but yeah, then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of go out like, I don't know, this many blocks and do more or less a option of more or less this. Kind of creating a hopefully semi-reasonable looking system. I do still need to test these turrets, but it'll be fine, I think. The other bit is I may also... I think I'm gonna go 2 more blocks back on this. And do that instead, I think. Good. Yeah, I think that works better. I feel like that fits scaling much better. And these are going to be much, much flatter. They're not going to have very much angle depression, so it can't really fire in front of it. But these would be more or less used for your kind of dipping your nose down, forward assaults. The bottom ones, just so then you can also pitch up and still get targeting solutions with this gun. See. Good. That makes that perfectly reasonable. V, we're gonna go place you right here, and this also really makes this work well. So we're gonna do this. That makes this frontal assault section look amazing. I definitely am probably not going to allow these things to fire at all with 0 gun depression necessarily. I might give it like 1 or 2 degree gun depression, but that's like it. You know, whatever I can get without blowing the frickin' guns off the front of the ship. Or blowing off the front of the ship. But that feels right in terms of turret size. I do feel like I do need to add in probably a small patch in front and probably along the sides for, you know, more anti-aircraft style launchers. Like potentially using rocket turrets or something to act as, you know, anti-aircraft type guns. I might try to do a ball. Might try to do some form of ball turrets, but yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I'm gonna go pretty much do a very similar turret down here. I think the distances are right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, click. And then if I just do the same thing over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, click. Boom. And then we're gonna do that up here again. And then V, just... Oh, V. And we do the same thing over here, V. I like that. So we've got quite the weapons stack on this. Yeah, I like this. I am tempted to maybe move over from these to the other items, but I feel like artillery turrets just are not adequate weapons for a vehicle of this scale. I feel like because the bit is like the just the scale of artillery turrets, they're like so much smaller that if I wanted this to feel even remotely similar in terms of scale, I would have to build up the gun itself. So design a piece to go over the artillery cannons so that they look impressive again. Or I can use artillery to also make the thing look just impressive, because it is. So yeah, we've got a now very serious amount of weapons. I feel like, yeah, maybe 2 on the sides just for, you know, some side coverage. But yeah, I think I might do maybe a 2-step on the sides, and that'll be it. On the, well, maybe I don't even want to do actually the sides. Because I do need to figure out how I want the thruster section to look. I've now decided how I want the front to look, which is more or less flat on either side with probably semi-patterned. Then when the ship itself starts getting wider, drawing a sort of angle line, basically breaking up that more or less flat front to create that wider and wider area as it just slowly encompasses the rest of the ship. Because the other bit is that I can also use some paint to do other striping and stuff in the front. And then, yeah, as we get over here, this thing is a behemoth. But I do need to figure out how I want the engine rooms to look. And the difficult thing is that if I add in any sort of area, one of the things that I'm tempted to do is to bring up steeply this back section, make it kind of go up, and then sort of do a sharper angle, maybe about here, and then go back up a bit steeper to a little above the hangar. With the reasoning being, right, in like a 1x2 or something at the back end there, with the reasoning being, or even a 1x3, because I've done that in the front, with the reasoning that if I can use some of the repeated angles, which is why I think I might do a 1x2, if I can do that a little bit further back, then I can cut that up and use more or less that area as like a hollow connector. So for anything that goes underneath the ship for parking, let's say, one of the things that I'm tempted to do is I am half tempted to run a docking collar system at the bottom where it can connect to 2 sort of, not necessarily patrol craft, but maybe lighter scout ships. So you'd have 2 of these more heavy-duty scout ships. Then you have the other scout ships. How wide is this below section anyway right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 9. So it's about almost 30 blocks wide, which would be about 60 meters. So yeah, being able to house something a bit wider of a secondary ship does make a bit of sense. Depending on how long I do this, depends on whether I'd want to do 2 or 1 of these secondary ships. I'm tempted to do a singular and do something sort of, it wouldn't necessarily be what I did with the what's the, no, was it the Vol? I might have called it the Vol. No. Where is it? I know I've had it before. Oh, wait. This would have been a thing I would have gotten through, I forgot. This would have been something I would have gotten through something else, so I'm gonna have to find it again. I really wish that I would have kept this world. It's not part of the ACI group. Where is this ship? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I like this kind of destroyer. I might do something kind of like that, or maybe like the Resolute class ship here. Something maybe of that type. But I don't know. But I would have it be, where is this? I mostly just want to find it because here it is. It's the Volcora. Yeah. So I'd probably try to do something more similar to the Volcora, where, because yes, I don't need to spawn it in. I just want to get it a visual. What I think I might do is I might do something similar to this sort of ship style, maybe with a little bit of a taller top, and then have this more or less be parkable. If I just do this, yeah, because this can very easily park inside this sort of space. Right? So more or less have a underside hangar that could connect to a ship where sort of like the bridge crew and whatever can directly be piped to this bigger ship, while also having maybe a cargo ramp area that directly connects to the cargo deck level with like a connector about there. So this would be like how this thing would be a resupply. You'd have something more or less this type come in, park about here, you know, semi-tucked into the underbelly of the ship, and then this could launch carrying its own probably light fighter escort or something like that. So it'd be sort of like a, yeah, I like that idea. I don't know if I'd want to do 1 or 2. If I do 2, this would have to continue for a lot longer because I'd want these, if they're going to be, 19 or 20 wide, which would be about the width that I'd probably want for the width of the thing. Would probably be about, 19 or so wide. At about 19 or so wide, I'd probably want about 20 to 30 long. So I'd probably only do the 1. But, yeah, I like the idea of having more or less this ship that can dock up here in this sort of space. Because I think that would look really cool. And that would also allow me to sort of create a interesting bit of layering in this section, because with these are going to be a little further up, and so not only do you have that extra height, but then if you're going to have something underneath it, you'd probably bring this up a little bit as well, probably all the way up to maybe this height or so, allowing for a very interesting design. Yeah, I do think that's what I'm going to do. So I think I'm going to continue those back and then go up. And then, yeah, that would also make sense, because if I want to redesign this to, let's say, work with any other ships, it would definitely take a little bit to make work. So I think I'm going to just kind of go back this way a bit. I think I'll go a little bit more. And then I think I'm going to go now with the this running slightly above that, so probably up to about here. And then maybe doing something sort of like this least the underside. And then running maybe another step up. Doing another of these 3 in. There we are. I think that'll work. Let me quickly add the armor slopes to this, because this would probably have the slopes on both ends just to make this even cooler, I guess. And then I'll see whether I like it, because this has a very high chance that I will not. All right, let's... Pete. Oh, come on. Boom, boom, and then we do this. And boom. So now I'm just gonna kind of go backward a bit and see whether I like that sloping. Oh yeah, I quite like that. That looks really good. That allows for a increase in this width. So that would give me a grand total of what space for the ship that would dock more or less to the underside of this. Which, granted, will not have to take up the entire space of this, but it could if I wanted it to. So we'd probably give it a angle stop of about here. I'm going to use the heavy armor just to do this. Alright, let's more or less finish building this out. It's 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 27, 29. So that's 29 wide by... How long is this stupid thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. So in theory, I could have a 29 by 52 large ship that just parks on the underside of this thing, which is, granted, larger than my last Corvette-class ship. Which is pretty ridiculous. Especially because if I make this like an actual small-ish ship, let's say only 10 wide or so, right? So, you know, using 2 wide, like a 3 wide core or whatever, if I actually use a relatively small ship, I could in theory do 4 parasite ships that could act as screening ships for this thing. Not to mention the fighters that this would also carry. So in theory, if I did large block scout ships of about similar size, I could, in theory, right? Because if I also make use of the fact that this is also existing, I could, in theory, if I did those as open air under the ship latches, so, you know, creating little docking bays that can connect to the bigger ships, then in theory what I could do is I could, in theory, carry, holy shit, like 9 of those scout heavy ships as a exit if I used small grids on the bottom instead of a large grid ship. This is ridiculous. And I am half tempted to go with that kind of system of a interchangeable ship rack underneath. So I could, in theory, have an interchangeable ship rack system for whatever you want to park under this stupid behemoth. And that does work, kind of slopes back up. That would also allow me to do slopes like this throughout the entirety of the craft, allowing for a much longer, narrower ship, maybe only doing something like, here, let me do this. If I just kind of do this, if I just kind of, well, I don't know, go to the edges behind, add like, do that. I could then, in theory, do something like this. I do think I'm going to operate it under this design, so operating under a thinner of these walls. I could, in theory, commence this sort of ridiculousness. This is ridiculous. Especially because if I wanted to, I could then use, at this point, a full block and go across. Alright, let's do this. Because I do think this is going to be one of the other things that I do, as well as, of course, providing secondary or tertiary angles over things. I have way overshot my mark here. But yeah, if I do, I think I was, what? 2 over, so I think I was here, and then I did it. And this is using a thinner of these angles, rather than a thicker of these angles, which I could use. Boom, boom, ba-da-dum, dum, ba-da-dum, dum, ba-da-dum, dum, ba-da-dum, dum, da-da-dum, dum, da-ba-da-ba-dum, da-ba-dum, bum, bum, dum, dum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, dum, da-da-dum, dum, da-dum, 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 da-da-dum, da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Bum, ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum, da-dum, dum. Alright, and this fits exactly where I want it to. Perfect. Oh yeah, I like that. That looks really nice. I feel like maybe I want to bring it up a little bit more, so doing something like that, and then adding across. We'll just delete you. Good. And then yeah, I'm just gonna kind of do this. This is almost 40 blocks long. The thing is this is longer than most of my previous designs for pretty much anything, just this section alone. Which is ridiculous, but also, like, kinda cool. Like, this thing is bigger than most of my previous designs, just in general. And the fact that it is sole purpose built with one goal in mind. This thing is designed with the purpose of more or less being just a basic kind of oversized patrol craft. I say oversized because, well, scaling always gets the better of me, and I start building without really realizing the true scale of what I have built, and then I get to this stage, and the scaling of everything finally dawns on me that I have way overbuilt. Alright, and now we go across at about 41. And we go across about a 41 and repeat process again. And then build on the outer scaling of everything. And yeah, I have way overbuilt this. Which is the cool part, really, because overbuilding things makes all sorts of fun. Now I get to build whatever the secondary for this is going to end up being. The fun bit with the secondary as well is that since the idea behind the secondary was not a prior idea, that means that this fleet with this ship would come with 2 capable of being docked secondaries and a large grid with said secondaries. So you end up with quite the substantial buildup of force. Reminds me of like US carrier battle groups, so they don't go anywhere without any of their backup. Ridiculous. And then yeah, what I can do is I can more or less just boom, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 I am an overbuilding master. A master at building way bigger than planned. I am an overbuilding master. A master at building larger than planned. I am an overbuilding master. A master at building bigger than planned. I'm an overbuilding master. A master at building bigger than planned. I'm an overbuilding master. Master at building larger than planned. Alright, let's get some angle on this. Alright. Yeah, that looks really nice, especially if I use some other blocks to kind of use inside of that indent. Let's say like some of the pipework blocks maybe. How much space is actually buildable in here? So there's not going to be too easy of a buildable space on this front section. But at least on the top and the bottom, I can easily do some working like that, easily buildable. And yeah, this would be a nightmare to face. I mean, these railguns, if manually aimed, which if I was to actually do this anywhere else, I would probably have them manually aimable, or with enough people to manually aim it. So that'd be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. I would need 17 manual gunner stations. And this just is the beginning of this stupid thing. And yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to then bring up the back and then kind of go further back a bit, maybe at a slightly less steep angle, and then maybe do another of those steeper angles. And then maybe also when I go to do that steeper angle a bit for it. Yeah, I think what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to, now that I've brought in this bottom area, I think at about that point, I think I'm going to start going a little wider for the thrusters of this thing. This thing is going to be way longer than it was on the previous version, but it will now carry such a large interior hangar space. And it is ridiculous. Because yeah, this thing could carry, if I was to use smaller fighters, let's say, let's just say smaller fighters, I don't know, 4 or 5 blocks wide, right? If I do a 4 block wide fighter, because I think these are 9 block wide, yeah, these are 9 block wide entrances. So if I did 4 block wide fighters, let's say maybe they have bendable wings, each of these could house 2 ready to launch fighters inside of just that space alone, not depending on if I go further back in the hangar. That would be a full almost 24 if I did 4 block wide with foldable wings. I could do probably a good solid amount of things, because the other bit is I can do wings folding upwards to about 4 blocks tall, which for most of my ships were limited to about 2 blocks tall. So in theory, I could make ships with fairly decent scales to them that could fold up, and I could do probably a good solid 24 ready to launch fighters of that class. Not to mention any other vehicles that could launch from this thing. I could have a full 24 launch, and then, like, I don't know, like a full 12 other bomber type vessels. I could do like freaking a 2-to-1 complement with bombers and fighters and still have room on the inside. Not to mention a potential freaking opening at the bottom here for other vehicles to be able to do launches from. This thing is huge, and it is amazing. This could be like the ultimate assault ship, and I love that about this. Oh, I love it. All right. So I think what I'm going to do now is I think I'm going to actually run from back here, and I think I'm going to continue outward from this point. So while the bottom maintains this flat and then kind of curves under, this is going to, I think, start bowing outward slightly. We're going to do a angle for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to bring that in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. So we're going to do a 5 angle out for 3, 1, 2, that's 3, 4, 5. Good. And then, yeah, I can easily start going up, potentially, or just out. And then creating almost this, going from this tall to the bottom, sort of slowly, basically running into a flat that then pulls outward. So whilst the middle starts going outward, the bottom at least comes up, creating then a tiered back section that I can also end with a similar angle cut to the front here, where I cut it like that. I can also do the same thing at the very end, cutting it like that, allowing for thruster placements, which would work really well. So this has basically a rear launch system for ships. Because yeah, what I could also do is, if I want this to be like the carrier version, I can completely flatten this and have this be a rear launched carrier section, so fighters can launch like that. So not only do they launch out the sides, but they can also launch from the rear, as well as even more ready quick launch features. So in theory, I could have let's see, I could probably have like almost probably like 50 different fighters at a within like a minute launch out of this vehicle if I wanted to, because that's just the amount of freaking space I have given myself, which is really good. And then yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to kind of at this point right here steeply that's a 5, and this would allow where more or less I could probably put one side turret. Actually, I'd probably bring it up a bit so that this is towards like the middle, so maybe actually maybe not. I don't know if I'd want to do side turrets here. I could actually, given that space, do another of those type of turret setups here. Maybe one slightly larger of the turrets just right back here, as that pulls in before the entire rest of the ship pulls out again. Yeah, I kind of actually like that design idea. So to kind of run something sort of like that, and then pull outward a bit. So you get one bigger gun, and then this sort of space. So maybe after this, doing a thing like this. So you kind of get that slope. I don't know. I like the change in the slope. I think if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do just more of this, maybe to a 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then that would be where the turret lies. So I want to add curves in a ship of angles. So if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it this way. What do I have currently on this? I have that currently on that. So not really working on at the moment. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do then is maybe I might go to the 3 angle, which I have worked on previously. So you almost get this sort of... Yeah, I think that works pretty okay. Actually, I could use something similar to this angle set, which is a 1x2 angle set, right? Right here. I think that'll actually work better, is using the 1x2 angle set there, because I forgot I had used it. And since I've already used it, it makes using it again good, because I can keep angles used previously used again. So what I can do is I can do this. And I could even do something similar to that if I do this maybe further up and less low angle. So I could do like a 2 down and then like 4 up. So it does more of a angle this way, right? So if I was to build it from here, it'd be... Right, so we'd do something kind of like... Where is the block I'm looking for? So we do something like that there, and then up the top here. And then doing this. Yeah, and so I can kind of almost do that same sort of look, but drag the upper one twice as long as the bottom, or even 3. Though I do think I'll do it this way, and then that'll allow for the upper side to not look as weird if I do have that small lower section. That also makes the bottom make more sense to have that slight drop still in the center, while also providing the formation of a wing of adequate thickness. Because the other thing I'm going to do is I think I'm going to do this, is we're then going to add that there, and then we're going to do this. I think maybe 1 block in from this, then running a like that. So we'd do something kind of like that, where we kind of do the first angle and then a secondary set. I think that works and allows for that wing to not necessarily look too undersized. Because actually what I can do is if I delay this rise for a bit, right? So if I delay doing that and I just go backward a bit, what this can do is this can allow for, if I wait for an area where I can add a bigger turret, I can add the big turret there and then do kind of a top version of that slope, maybe 1 or 2 layers thick, and then do like a stripe at the top and the bottom through painting, and do a pretty simple striping pattern. I think will look really cool, especially if I do like a dip down before a raised up piece. Yeah, because I think that'll look really cool. And I can do that in enough way to add a turret at the bottom here, a little bit wider than this. So it would hopefully work well. And I'm gonna just kind of continue doing this. And I can make it thick enough to warrant the scale that I'm building at. All right, I think that would probably be, yeah, I think that's going to end up being the width. Because the turret that's going to go here is probably just going to be a... Ooh, do I want to go with one of these? Nah. I think what I might do is I might maybe do like a torpedo turret, maybe? So something that would be fired and maybe like a fire and forget larger block torpedo launcher, which I'd probably have to design. But I think that could actually work really well in this space. Because if I make this entire area more or less open in the front, I can very easily rotate and position something, let's say, large grid, like torpedo turrets, so those would need at least a 3x3 intersection to just angle outward, launch, and then angle back inward maybe to pick it up, angle back outward, launch, and then angle back in to pick up the next, or to get it welded up, out, launch. So we could have like a buildable freaking large grid, or even pretty big sized small grid torpedo turret torpedo system, and that can be housed in these front parts of the wings, and then on the outer edge be the thruster, and then on the back end, the outer edge, be a bit for like info gathering. So like the back end, trail end of these would be like info gathering, then a little further in would be that. So we'd kind of have like a thruster hovering in cove. Because the other bit is, I think I'm going to do like a thruster cove kind of system, maybe here. So maybe at the front of these could also be thruster, or could also be a sensor cluster. So we could do one at the front of this piece, one at the back here, and then one up top, and maybe one more below. That way it takes quite a lot to take out the sensors for this craft. Though maybe not. I might just leave those be blank and just say it has a good sensor array. I don't know. Yeah, How wide is this right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, I like that. And so I think I'm gonna do like a drop by about this, and then just kind of run a small angle outward, maybe this wide. Actually, I'd want that to be 1 block higher than that is. So I'm actually gonna bring that upward, and then I'm going to pull this centerpiece like this, and then see about using the large Prototech thrusters in sort of a way like this, maybe. I actually want to bring this even further back, so that means going even further back than I had intended, but that's fine, because the idea would be that the top thruster would be even further back than that. One more back, so like that. One further forward, so with 2 blocks on the outer piece there, and then this one, the 1 block backward. And so if I was to add in the angle, we'll say here. I know this probably won't necessarily fit here. Oh, right. That doesn't fit like that either, because I need to actually put these right on top of each other without the gap in between. But it is also how these things are connected, so I will quickly fix that a tad bit, and then so we'll just do this. Good. And then, yeah, if I add in the angled pieces all the way over here, and then that allows for the, that would require this to go 1 further up, given this angling. Well, that's probably not good, but I can probably make it work. All right, and then we're just gonna add in like this, do this. Good, and then do this. Like that. And so, yeah, the thruster pack would look like this, with the bottom thruster, of course. Or actually, do I want the bottom thruster to be... Yeah, I'd want the bottom thruster to be the one that's further forward. Good. Where is it? Boom. And then we do the prototype with it just basically on the line or slightly behind it. With this upper one just one block behind, which I think looks really cool. And if I add in a very basic outline on the back end of this, I can very easily do like a plating level on the back, maybe do half a block further. So it's about half of the height it goes up, it goes down. If I just add in one extra block going up, which shouldn't be too difficult. And then, yeah, we get that kind of thruster set up as our brakes. I can use another of that at this level at the bottom. And the other bit is as long as I keep some form of a slope, maybe going up to about at least above this height, and don't go too much higher, and maybe even bridge out a second width. Yeah, if I maybe do... Yeah, what I could do is I could, in theory, bridge out a second bit wider, just slightly. So you kind of get that second tier, the other tier above it goes a little higher. So let's say I do something like at about this layer. If I go maybe this many further back, because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, that's about 13. So we're going to go up a bit. I'm going to go up about this high, and then we're going to do this. That way I can still do the same back bottom piece, and then I do this. Just boom, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Ooh, what I could actually do now that I think about it, which could be really nice, would be after doing this for the first 1, 2, we'll do 3, I can move this over to like a 5. Because I have used the 5 block, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then maybe do an end cap of a 5, right? Because this is 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 1, 2, 3, and then maybe do 1. So if I do that, does that look too wide now? No, I feel like that works. Yeah, so I can add like a flat slab side to the engine pod, and then I can do another 2 of those as braking, and so we'd have 4 of these as braking thrusters. These then also bring more width to the back end of the vehicle, making it feel flatter. Because that's the other bit, is that I think for the other version, what I was building was not that bad, but I was building it too far low, and so to bring it flatter required too many steep angles too close together. I feel like by doing this and continuing kind of the steeper angles on the back and then more slanted towards the front, it allows for fairly basic designs to be implemented. And doing this kind of slight growing of the angles also works well to kind of keep a interesting design that can be well placed. So doing something, let's say like this, that can easily be done. And then, yeah, it should be fairly basic to just kind of add a layer, maybe. Oh, wow, we all of a sudden have 5 viewers. Hi, guys. How you doing? I am building a very, very, very large ship. At the moment, we are at about a good solid, I'd say, probably about 300 blocks long, or thereabouts. It's rather large. It's a very large ship. Yeah, and then what I'll do is... It may not be the most well-designed ship for combat, but it is big. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. And then, of course, the bit here, and then, of course, like this. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah, I like this. This will allow fairly easy for me to just kind of... Oh, I did all of that in light armor, not heavy armor. And then, yeah, I can just kind of build a bit of a slab here to more or less easily protect these thrusters. The amount that they stick forward, I think, looks good. It really does match the kind of design. And I can fairly easily, I think, do a angle with these plates if I just... what was the lower sections are... Where is it? Where is it? That way. And then I can do that. And then if I just simply add in you. Boom. And then, yeah, we can do this. I can also add a similar bit to the bottom by using one of these. And then if I just repeat a very similar process to what I did above, just using these to create the angles. Perfect, and then I can do this. Boom. Yeah, how's everyone doing today? All those who recently joined the stream. How you guys doing? Oh yeah, I think that looks pretty good. It well fits the thruster package design. Oh, that looks really good. And I can even, maybe not duplicate, but do something kind of along similar lines by taking this and doing that, and then maybe doing a similar effect, or even actually doing this sort of effect, right? If I decide to go and do this, that should be something that'll work. So I could, in theory, do a full 2-block sized spot and do it this way, allowing for a very interesting, a very interesting portion of the ship to kind of bridge that. And then I can even do like a... Well, let's first do some interesting stuff back here, because honestly, this is going to have to be some fairly interesting components at this point. The all right, let's see. I truthfully have no idea the right way to handle this. I don't know, because the bit is that if I might just go to like the maybe a 10 slope, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think that works because that slows that slope, and this very quickly comes to meet that angle. So if I just decide how long I want this to be, I can make this work, and I think I'm probably gonna want it to be maybe not as long as this, but maybe about, I don't know, let's go, I'm gonna go back maybe another, I don't know, 15, so we'll try that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19. So how does going back another 20, let me fix the sun so I can actually see it well. How does that work with this? Honestly, I might go back another bit. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that should now be a full 25 wide. Yeah, I feel like that'll work. That'll definitely work. Because that makes that engine size roughly the same size as that. So the nose is just slightly longer than the hangar space in the middle of the ship. And that middle of the ship area is a bit towards that. This also allows that if I wanted to build any sort of superstructure, maybe I want to do like a tall superstructure mast in the back, I could in theory do that, as well as potentially putting more of those big guns on top. So I could have a serious amount of firepower while still having the ship look reasonable in terms of its design, which I like. I like this design because I think what I'll do with my fighters is I think I'm going to design the fighters of this. Let me go to my other designed how I designed these. I think what I might do with like my fighters is I might take sort of a very similar approach to this, but use almost forward round. So it kind of looks like the cockpit is slightly inset to these forward wings that kind of go forward a bit, and then maybe have a bigger, bulkier bit, and then start the back section, because that'll allow me to create an interesting design for a fighter. Oh, where the frick is the big ship? Here it is. Here is the ridiculously sized vehicle that I do not dare make use of in any context for going anywhere near the surface. This thing is not going to be designed for the surface. This thing will be designed for a park it in space and use another vehicle to bring it down to the surface. And this is just going to be an orbital platform when you go to somewhere. Because I'll be honest, I don't want to try to get this thing to be capable of flying on the surface, because I'm 90% certain that these do not work. You know what? I'm gonna quickly look that up, actually. Do the work in atmosphere? Alright. Okay. So yeah, I would probably not want to try to make this fly in atmosphere, because I would require hydrogens for an atmospheric flight, and I cannot imagine that this thing would work at all in atmospheric flight. You know, noting the large mass this thing will be carrying around with it. And yeah, I think what I'll probably do here is, I think I'm going to just fairly basic replicate the other design with the angle downward. Yeah, I think we'll work here. Right, do that, and then we'll do this up top. Then we add the big gun. Boom, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Alright, we're gonna use these prototech thrusters just a little bit further back, I think. One further forward than that. Yeah. So the prototechs will be... this prototech thruster will be a little bit more hidden in ship. And so we'll have a total of 6. So 2 in the front, 2 in the back, or 1 in the back. Maybe I might go 2 if I maybe move that one inner and I do them horizontally. Although I might also do them vertically, but just vertically this way, so they're a lot further across. Because if I do something like this, right, and then I would have to do another 3, which would be what? So that would be 1, 2, 3. So if I want to even keep it on the same level, let's say I don't even do this. If I want it at least slightly hanging there, I would need to make this much more of a steep angle, which I don't know if I want to do. Alright, well, let's see how it would look, and I'll at least do my due diligence. I mean, if I use something to try to... I wouldn't even be able to add anything over this. Like, best I'd be able to do would be using something like, let's say, oh, I don't know. What could I use? Maybe some pipes, maybe? Then again, another option might be one of the passageway blocks. Maybe. Even then, I don't know if it would really do the effect that I want. I'd probably have to use something like maybe the catwalks. I guess actually I could move this forward by 2, now that I think about it. I can move it forward a bit. To that. Which doesn't actually look nearly as bad as the other thing looks, because if I remember right, these are, of course, going to be this. Now, the unfortunate news is, you know, I still have to more or less do this. So if I add you, I would be doing something like I mean, I can try and see whether I like the look. These would probably be flat angled instead of regular angled, and I might do these as 2 wide maybe, but I guess the other bit is I do need to bridge the gap between these and the rest of it, because if I look further back from this, maybe I do also have to keep in mind that this thing is going to weigh a lot more than it currently does. As it stands now, this is mostly just a frame, so the speed that these are going to move is much less than the other stuff. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is, yeah, I think I'm going to keep that idea, though I'm tempted to push this back and maybe move this into. What I'm tempted to do is maybe get rid of this, Control X, Control V, and do this as another 5. So this is 1, 2. So that's 4. This would be 5. And then V this here. So that basically is like that. That would keep the 5 angle, and then maybe doing the 3s for a bit longer. Maybe cutting, because this would make that 1, 2, 3, and then this. So rather than doing the 5 at the 5 angle, maybe doing a little bit more of the smaller angle. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut you up. Control X. Good. We're going to do this again. So here. We're going to do that. So now that's, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're going to go back 1 and then V. Yeah, I think that looks much nicer. That oddly enough, I think makes that work a lot better. And makes lines line up a bit neater. So I think that's what we're going to do. Is we're going to do it this way. This is still a 5, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Frick, that's now a 6, so I gotta get rid of U. X, U, V, U. There we go. Now that's right. Perfect. That also makes this line up perfectly to do exactly what I've done. Which does create some interesting effects for the rest of the ship, I think. Who knows how everything else has to fare, but I know at the very least this now creates a very interesting bit because these thrusters are very exposed. This is very much, it keeps these thrusters very exposed. Alright, I'm gonna go make sure that the other side's tidy enough. So removing that. No idea why that's... What? Oh. Okay, I see what I've done here. For the most part, the rest of this actually is right. I just need to, actually, no, a lot of this is messed up severely. There's supposed to be that. There's not supposed to be something there. This is supposed to be one longer, so... Wait, if I... Oh. Okay. For some reason that did not disconnect when the other side did. So I am going to have to properly maintain that these are disconnected, which means maintaining you are disconnected. Good, the other side's still connected where it's supposed to be, and this will not be connected again. So I'm going to maintain that that is one off. That way this does not want to connect again. I'm then also going to do this. Control X to U. Oh god, that apparently was an entirely separate vehicle. Okay. Control X to U. This now needs to be a 5-block long, good, and then I go and add in a block behind it, V. That way, that does that, perfect. We now get the 5-block, yes, 5-block, yes, no, control, X to U, and then control V. And so now, if I add in that here, that should add it to the same location on the other side. Yes, perfect. So now these are all the right angles and places. So if I disconnect whatever the frick's going on here. All right. You should not be connected to anything anymore. I should be able to fill in these holes. Good. All right. Good. That, bang, is telling me that these are being placed in the right locations. Find my information by it screaming at me. Okay, you, 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 you. And then I have no idea where the end results came to pass. I know I did that. Oh, not light armor. Heavy armor. Good. So now if I do heavy. Good. We're going to cap it. And then do this. Okay, I believe this should now all be equivalent on all sides. Remove you. Remove all that. Perfect. Alright. Boom. I think that looks really nice. If I just repeat the same process down below here. Alright. Now, the only thing I have to do now is figure out how I want the rest of this to work. Because, I'll be honest, I don't quite know how I want the rest of this to work. More specifically, I think I want to... I think I might do one other position for engines. And I think that might be in this gap here, where I add in one more angle. So if I just kind of copy an angle from the back to the front and then do this maybe twice. Okay, so what was the angle that I used in the front here? Because I want to copy this angle. So this is a 4 in 3 in 2. Wait. This is a curve slightly because this is 4, that is 3, this is 2, and then this is a 3. So it's 3, 2, 3, 4. Well, that ain't right. I mean, I'm going to keep it, but it's like slightly curved, which is odd. 4, 3, I don't think I'm going to have the space to use that here. But if I did that outward, right? So I wanted to keep that as the highest. This would be a 4 long. Then we did this. Then it was 2. Then it was 3. And then it was another 4. Which would be using that angle right there, which actually lines up pretty darn close to perfectly to put more or less, if I bring this across, if I pull that across, then I can more or less put that on top, pull it slightly out, and create these two pieces that kind of come up from the sides, maybe go back inward toward the middle section. I still have no idea what I'm going to do in that middle top area. I know that a lot of the firepower is going to be more concentrated towards the front of the vehicle, a lot less on the back of the vehicle. I'm still going to have a couple of bits of firepower, but not as many. But I don't know. But yeah, I do like the idea of, at the back here, more or less repeating a very similar shape towards this nose. So it kind of goes up and then across and then slightly up, maybe doing that at the back before repeating the process of more or less angle the ends, creating this being like a turret area or something. Yeah, I'm gonna go find a good place to put this in this entire vehicle. I'm just gonna kind of come this way, pull this way. We'll go a little bit further. Good, and then I'm gonna come. I think with a right here, we're gonna add, I think, one of these pillars. That's 4. 3, 2, and then go like that, and then we'll go even a bit, one more like this, which actually leaves me a only 4-block intersection, which I don't necessarily want 4 blocks. So what I might do is I might, as this goes down, move this in by 1. That way I can make it a 5-block intersection by shifting that tower inward by 1. So repeat this 1 block inward. Boom. All right, we're doing pretty good. I'm actually pretty happy with this design so far. I have to be very careful not to press the wrong block, because that could end disastrously. And then, yeah, we're just gonna kind of come up this way until I do that. We're gonna move this tower. Boom. Boom. 3, 2, 2, right, yep. And we do the 4, with the 3, and then we just kind of drag this backward a bit. Because I think that just looks really cool right there. That adds in an entire new dimension to the shape. It allows me to more or less just add other shapes to this entire vehicle. It allows for a addition that doesn't offset anything. I do think that the bottom area I need to shape a bit more, just to kind of make sure that it is still sort of there. I'm just gonna kind of pull this and just kind of continue this more or less just straight on blue, I don't know, 19s again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We'll do a 15s, 2 15s and see how that goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and then just, I'm probably just gonna do another 2 by a bit, and then just continue this way. And yeah, that would more or less mark the area where this would more or less become pretty much an entire flat bottomed piece, where I'll have some inner areas, but that pretty much pulls the bottom of this ship up to a flat area. I may make that a smoother transition rather than those two harsher steps. But I feel like if I use those two harsher steps as thrusters, even these areas as thrusters, I can make it work well. Although, now that I think about it, I may want to do just standard ions forward, given just how much I'm going to need of thrust. And just how much of this is going to reduce. Because if I do, let's say, 3 here, 3 there, that's 6, maybe even, you know, I don't know, 3 and probably not 3 there, but at least 3 there. That'd be what? 3, that'd be 9. That'd be what, like 13 of these thrusters? Because I'd probably want 2 here, 3 there, 3 down below, right? So if I was to do that kind of thrust amounts, I'll just add them now just so I can get a feel for the thrust amounts. So we'd do 2 facing backward, right? So 2 facing backward. I'm going to have to add in some form of flat surface over here. So we're just going to add in a massive flat plane here, which I don't know what I'm going to do with it just yet, but we're going to have to do something with it. I do 3 of these here. And then I do 3 of these in this space. So go here, 1 higher. Here. This is so much wider than I think it is. And then we're going to go to the center and just add in. Or actually, we'll make it this, so. Yeah, so if I do it this way, then what this would be 2 of these like this, and then these probably like this. So this now possesses way more thrust than I think I realize. Time to give that the test. The other bit is I will probably use this to add in my thrust sideways, at least for now. We're just going to add it like that. We'll add a second of these. So we'll do 4 sideways thrusts. I may even add one down here. I don't know where this is going to end up sitting, but I know it's going to be somewhere like this. We're going to have this many of these thrusters sideways. I am going to place... These are all temporary thrusters, but the idea would be the same. You know, temporary or not, just how many. I'd probably go, I don't know, 6 in up and 6 in down, just so then I can. Alright, so now I have thrust in all directions. I'm going to quickly throw a layer of gyroscopes, a layer of batteries, a couple reactors, and then I'm going to come up this way. We're going to just place it over here. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I am now going to info. Before I do this, I am going to save. Yes. Info convert to ship. Why am I not moving? Okay, I'm going to control X. Yes. I see everything like this. V. I'm also going to finally rotate this in a more reasonable direction. I am now going to have to frickin' spawn you like this. Alright, and now I can give it a test. How's my acceleration? More than anything, this heavy ought to be. But I'm actually happy with that level of acceleration. Deceleration, I feel, is pretty good. I could do more, but I think this is probably a reasonable deceleration for a vehicle of this size. How about up and down? Up seems pretty reasonable. And then I'd have a very similar up as I do side to side. Alright, I feel this number of thrusters of this vehicle is reasonable amount of thrusters for the scale of the ship. I could add more, but in my opinion, that would make too big of a ship. I'm just gonna quickly reverse, get back to within a couple of meters of the rest of the thing. All right, there we are. And the other bit is I'm going to try to get the angling right so that I can actually face the sun. There we go. So I'm just gonna continue shifting position until I get the sun where I want it, and then I'm just gonna click info convert back to station. All right. And then I'm just going to go remove all of the thrusters that are non-permanent, which are pretty much all of the ones that are not facing the direction I'm already going. So yeah, about what I threw together is roughly what I'd want. These are probably going to be a little bit further back, but overall, this is what I wanted for thruster amounts and positions. I think maybe adding in a couple of other thrusters here are probably going to work. But I think that's good. So overall, I think I've done pretty good at fixing what I considered a mistake of design and remaking it in a way that I think much better precedes the design and scale that I desire. And I do think that that undership docking port can be very well made use of, depending on how I want to design them, because I do have an idea on a way that I could, in theory, make this docking port hold two larger ships using basically 5 or 6 blocks wide and having a ship that more or less is just a tube, and having 2 of those that would carry, let's say, top and bottom, or maybe on the sides. Well, actually, now that I think about it, if I do on the sides, I have to remember, right, because it's only like 13 wide, I have to remember that if I do on the side, turrets are 3 by 3 by 3. So I've put turrets on the side, that area can only be about 5 blocks wide at the point of the turrets, leaving the inside only 3 blocks wide wherever I put a turret, else it doesn't fit. None of the other turrets have other hitboxes, they're all the same hitbox. Yeah, 3 by 3 by 3, 3 by 3 by 3, 3 by 3 by 3. The only one that is not 3 by 3 is the assault. So in theory, I could do assault cannons, but that'd be the only turret that I'd be able to do on the sides here. Yeah, that'd be the only ones that I could, in theory, put. I do think I'm going to leave... I'll get rid of these first, but... yeah, that same sort of idea is about where I'm going to go with that. I may add a few more, but I think this is more or less going to be it. I think I'm probably going to add maybe a light inward slope to the back of these, or actually maybe a slight outward slope, like a 1 by, I don't know, 10 or something. But yeah, I think I might go a slight slope out, going to meet a going to meet an area. But yeah, and that's what I'm gonna do. Then I'll get my final length and width measurement, as well as my height measurement if I decide not to go with a what's it called again? Right, if I decide not to end up going with some form of superstructure piece, although I might go with the superstructure piece back here, just because I think having some sort of like superstructure, I don't think I'd want it to be this tall. I don't think I'd want to add almost a Venator superstructure piece, although I might. But I think if I'm going to add a superstructure, it might go to this height at its highest. And then you'd have like your ring of ring element. And I think I'd probably do smaller cannons on either side, maybe like 2 or 3 duels up top, and then a whole lot of other cannons in bunker sets and such. That way this thing can actually fight. Because right now, its only weapons are these in the front. And I also think I might add in maybe a 2-high large grid torp launcher, or small grid torp launcher, who knows, out the sides here. Maybe it goes in these 2x2 grids about here, and it just launches, or maybe it even goes at the bottom ones too, just these torps that launch out the front. Because I do like the idea of using some form of torpedo-based weaponry on this. Also, let me fix the sun. And yeah, I do think this is going to look really good. I think overall this design has become one of my favorites that I've so far made. I think what I am going to do quickly is Yeah, I think what I might do is I might figure out how I want to have this play out and plate that up. So I know how many this is going to go, which is all the way up to this level. So I'm just going to bring this inward. And yeah, this should in theory work. Good, I can post that. Do this. Make sure the angles line up. And then make everything work out fine. It is getting a bit late, so I do think I might stop building once I kind of get the rough shape finish. I don't know, I really do want to finish this though. I do have to now decide whether I want to go in front or behind. If I go behind, I have to remove these corner pieces because these would be replaced with yeah, because this would be here, meaning this would be this. Oh, that aligns in that manner. Uh-oh. That would mean that I'd have to make this okay, let's try to see how this works, I guess. I apparently built this wrong and in a manner that does not quite work, I don't think. I might be able to make it work, but it is a uncertainty. Although this doesn't look half bad, and this kind of interesting corner might make this better. I placed that wrong. So let me quickly replace you like that, and then if I go here, because the thing is I can make this work as well with the down shape. And honestly, I feel like that actually looks nicer. And the elongation of that, the gap between this could actually work really well. And of course, with the down shape, all I've got to do is replace some of these with this one. I'll replace the AI flight move with this, and that should work. Because then what I can do is I can just throw you in here. And then if I add in like any sort of inner piece one, which I would need, all I gotta do is that. Add this. Where am I? Oh, good. That is exactly where that needs to go. Boom. I can even fix the piece, and then I would just do this, right? I would just use the large angle to do this. And yeah, this can easily allow for the bending. Easily allow for this to go all the way across here. Yeah, because it's just that one layer that basically needs to change, and then it allows for this to be a repeatable option. Because yeah, I can just simply heavy armor you, add you there, add you there. Where's this? Add you, add you, add you. Boom. And then fairly easily I can add in the bottom part of that, because if I add in the spike, I think this will look really good. I just need to finish loading this all up. And yeah, I think this will look really nice when this is all said and done. I'm just gonna finish building it, basically. And yeah, I can easily do this, add that, add that. Boom, boom, boom. We'll just... And this works, because this will more than likely make everything fit. And once I add this, it all fits. It just does. I have no idea how I ended up with more of those than I needed. I guess is I already added it and then re-added it over an area that I thought I hadn't placed these blocks in previously. Yeah, I can now do that. Just remove you, you, and you. Boom, boom, and boom. And then all I gotta do is repeat the same pattern up top. It allows for fairly easy design elements to be adjusted when needed. And then yeah, you can just simply add these up top here. Repeat the process to more or less build this in the first place. And pretty much do a very similar thing. We'll add in a heavy armor block slope, just so that I can do this. Heavy armor block, block. There we are. That way this works. Just more or less run you. Add this. That. Where did it go? You. Block. No, block. You. And yeah, as long as I basically repeat the same pattern, this should work. I believe this should work. And yeah, I just do this all on these, and then I should be able to fill in the insides without any issue. You. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, this is actually really fun. I'm very happy with the way that this is looking, and I think being able to paint certain aspects of this ship when it's done will create some very cool effects when this is all over. The downside is, of course, having to do this damn near constantly because, that was the last one needed to be placed of these. Boom. Yeah, the nice bit is being able to more or less do this like this will work really well. Add the blocks needed. Yeah, I think this will do really good once everything's all said and done. I can't wait to see this finished. So I'm gonna finish this off, and then of course repeat the process, and then finish it off, and repeat the process again, and then of course finish it off one more time, and do it all over again. Alright. And then of course you, which means one more layer. Boom, 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 boom. And then doot, doot, doot. And lit. Alright. So now if I add in all of the extra bits, such as, of course, this in place. I am not going to add it at the top layer, just on the strip. The fun bit is I can very easily do these strips in a different color. So then it becomes a very easily done stripe set down the ship. Alright. And in theory, when this is all said and done, I will have a ship with at least one surface complete. In theory, of course. In practice, who knows? Things almost never go as easy as you might expect them. So, alright, let's add these in place. In theory, this should mean that there should be no open space available when this is done. Boom, 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 and boom. Click it all in place. Alright. And yeah, I think this is gonna look really nice when this is all said and done. I'm very excited to see the end result of this. And we do this. Alright. almost done. And then I will probably call it a night after this area is finished. I do say probably, so who knows? Wait, what? How did I miss an entire section? Alright. Well, I'll finish this. And yeah, we'll finish this off. Don't forget reactions, and did you remember to keep up with your daily? I mean, mostly daily. I think I've done it like... I did that, what, Tuesday? I think I did it Wednesday. Didn't do it yesterday or the day before, so... I mean, not exactly been daily, but more daily than I usually do, so... I did it once more, and that was it. But yeah. I can't wait for you to end up seeing what I ended up redoing of the ship. More or less, you know how I last had this ship with some bit of a skin on it? Yeah, I went to an older save file and rebuilt the entire skin of the ship and shaped it again. And now I have a much different shaped ship. So that's nice. Let's just finish this. Okay. Oh, I like that I like that a lot. That looks so good right there. And if I basically just repeat that down in front of it, oh, that's gonna look so good. That's gonna look so good. And I can very easily replace any of those with maybe oh, what are they called? Where is it? Ah, the beam blocks, that's right. I could easily replace some of those with beam blocks to even add to the pattern. But I like that so much. Also, yeah, I changed quite a bit, more or less. I think the ship's potentially slightly longer. I think the other one was like 360. I think I might have made this slightly longer, but with that, also slightly wider. But in general, I think I made it look much better, as well as adding in these custom turret placeholder markers. So yeah, I now have this with fairly reasonable speeds with the probable final thruster amounts on them. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I do need to add a few more details just to finish this off, but for the most part, this is done. And it's also, for the most part, heavy armor, which means this thing really... Yeah, this thing is going to be very tanky. At least a lot more tanky than a lot of the other builds that I've done. And I like the fact that I only need to bring it down so little to match the height of this. And I do think I might end up doing something that might be a little odd, which is I think I might end up creating a kind of control tower bridge type thing at about this height up here. So I might end up creating kind of a separate gun area up front that you probably would see on like a standard battleship with like the kind of bit where it kind of raises. So we get raising with the level of the ship, and then we get the turrets raising by themselves, but those would probably be smaller and or yeah, probably smaller ones up there. Yeah, I think I like the kind of shape of these wing elements. I think that looks really nice. I think I'm gonna probably keep that sort of idea when it comes to fighters. Oh yeah, also I have changed the bottom section of the ship, and so it is a bit wider at the bottom and much cleaner shape if I wanted to add in some under the hangars docking for other ships. Whether that would be let's see, I don't remember if I can find by creator. Um Yeah, I don't know if I can find the creator, so I think I'm gonna have to just scroll through these, unfortunately. But there's a specific creator, I can't remember how they name their ships. Once I find them, I'll be able to do it. It's not the ACI or the IIN. Although this does look fairly interesting, like this Yukon shuttle, which is, oh, that's small blocks. That one's a large. Those are about the same size. Yeah. Using some sort of smaller thing. I also might do something interesting with like an interceptor. Making some of those. Those can be pretty interesting. Where are what I'm looking for again, though? I have a rough idea of what they look like, but it's so hard to find because there's so many things I'm subscribed to. The well, these different things. Where is it? Oh, that's where the BT is. Okay, and that's what I called it. The BT 89 Volcora. The one of the first ships that I tried to use in a series, uh, kind of taking inspiration from the Colony Wars show that was put on by the YouTuber that also somewhat inspired the name of the channel, Captain Jack. Really cool show with very interesting. Found the story a rather interesting one. Where is what I'm looking for? I didn't realize just how far down it was. Oh, here's some of them. Well, their stuff's probably going to be slightly changed because I don't know if they have different namings. Where is it? Kilos. A lot of these, they're pretty interesting. Where is it? Oh yeah, there's also like the idea of doing like bulk freighter type vehicles, which are going to be interesting. Honestly, one of these times I'm going to need to spawn in all of these again, get a look at them, and decide which ones of these are the best. Can I please find... I do believe that he has them under a... Oh, well, there's a Gazanti. That's one of the ships that I was going to use as like a model. Where is... unfortunately, he just gives names of ships. That's unfortunate. So that means that his ships are going to be very well spread out throughout most, if not all of this. apparently it's all very low, so I assume that he has some sort of faction name, but if he does, I don't know what that faction name is. Nope, that's just the Navis gunboats. ONRC. There's one thing that I do need to actually try to figure out is what I actually want to call my factions, because oddly enough, I have no idea. I also need to remember to do some more stuff. Yeah, I think I might. Do you have any more reactions for me, Naresh? I assume you didn't remind me of reactions just for nothing. Where was it? I'm so surprised that it's so far down. I could have sworn these were under a different name. What is... Jeez. Where is it? I know they're kind of like the Strato, that's a freighter, but did you finish them all? Yeah, I think last time we finished them, all the ones that you gave to the thing. I'm 90% certain. Ooh, the Trident frigate. At least the frigate according to that. Okay, so it's better to go from the bottom if I want to find that guy's stuff. I'm going to go spawn in the Trident. Just so I can get a rough idea. This thing can fit underneath it, right? Yeah. Like, a vehicle like this would be able to dock underneath of this thing. Fairly easy, actually, if I just rotate it right. Like, this would entirely be able to, I'll just spawn it in just so that I can really get an idea on just the scale of how wide this area is. Yeah, this would well easily be able to sit in this inside of the ship, more or less completely hidden from most of the area, and then just be able to drop out from down here and go off on like an attack. And I mean, that is a fairly okayly armed ship. So I like the idea of having something like that be able to dispense just like this, just fly out from there, and then I am tempted. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I'm tempted to, in this area, try to create some form of door system to allow for the entirety of the vehicle to, to allow for other vehicles inside of this area to also drop down. Now, one idea that I have would be to remove this section here, remove that section, and create something like a piston system that would retract. Although, to open up this many, how many areas does the piston actually have to retract? I just quickly reverse. Right, if I do this, because I could in theory have it be pushed forward and then I can have it latched as long as I make sure that the area that surrounds either end doesn't have that. Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks being able to be retracting. So in the assuming design of this, I would have to open up. In order to open up the full width, I'd probably want to do like a teeth meshing system just so then it looks okay. So in theory, the area that I would have to get to the width of, I would have to get, what, 10? So at least three pistons in the stack. Yeah, that's quite the area for pistons. Because if I was to do that, I'd have to make a hole for the pistons and then get them to like go through, or I have to pull them this way. Ah, for fuck's sake, not you. Don't want that. Cycle objects. Fastest. Remove. Back to me. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think. Alright, we got what? 1, 2, 3. Alright. So I'm gonna go quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly save this. Go over to the main menu, and then I'll do the reactions, and then the dailies after the reactions, since the dailies shouldn't take very long. So we'll exit to the main menu, and then I'll leave it on the main menu while I quickly go to the bathroom, and then I'll go do the reaction. So I'll be right back. Alright. Let's go do some. Yeah. Alright, let's do this. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright. 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 let's see this. These are all Arknights stuff. Nice. Perfect. And here we are. You move live. All right. So let's see what this is. This seems to be new Arknights events. So we'll go see what this is all about. All right. Well, that's interesting. Let's try to at least 720. That seems very laggy. Okay, let me quickly do this. Yeah, it was very choppy. So I'm going to exit out of this. Okay, let's... That was very choppy. I don't know why it was so choppy. All right, let's try to see if this can't play back a little less choppy now that that's gone, and hopefully it can play a little smoother. There we are. There we are. Much less choppy. There we go. Very interesting with that one. This is interesting. Okay then. Alright, this is very interesting. there's that is very interesting. All right, that is very interesting because that's yeah. I don't know really what else to say. That's very interesting. Those two characters definitely seems to have been brothers of some sort, though I have no idea. I can somewhat understand what's going on at that end bit. I don't necessarily understand what was going on with the person scraping off the letters that were written on the wood plates for, I assume, some sort of scroll type thing, but I don't really understand what was going on there, but it was interesting. Oh, we have another of these. This one's a little longer, so maybe I might be able to actually figure it out. There we go. Question. Is this regular Arcanite, or is this an Arcanite? And that's the second eldest sibling. Wang's one who is closest to the corruption of the original through being that all the two siblings come. What's wrong with the sound? Is it not supposed to sound like that, or what's the problem with the sound there? I don't know. Yeah, is this a yeah, is this a Enfield event, or is this a standard Arcanite? Ah, okay. So it's a normal Arcanites. All right. So they had to switch some sound. Okay. So it's just either like a pitch shift or something like that. Oh well. That's YouTube doing so automatically. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that I have to assume that YouTube maybe did some sort of thing that pitched at them for it, and so they had to make a slight alteration to the sound because this isn't. Yeah. I assume that's basically what happened. I don't think YouTube does like automatic copyright pitching if it is.
There are 43 kinds of things that are already finished, right?
Oh.
I didn't.
Alright. Here we go. There we go. It's the auto dub. Go back. Oh well. I already have this one. It's fine. Different sound here.
クター、噂は聞き及んでいる。
That's a very
私
interesting
は
character.
銃、職人だ。
Yeah.
43種の汎用処方は全て跳躍済みです。症状を見て投薬しますね。
Yeah. Quit uploading, yeah.
全ての人に公正な場所は今も遠くにある理想だ。私が理想とする公正の存在を疑ったことはない。目の前の不正に怒りを覚えたり立ち上がろうとする心がある限り、それは確かに存在する。
彼との一曲はすでに終わった。恩衆も損益の感情もここまで。この世に己の居場所を見つけるために我々が支払った代償はすでに重すぎることだ。主者という二文字の重みをお前も知っていよう。一着に悔いなしというの本当に悔いずにいられるのだろうか。
Okay, that was very interesting. And yeah, that Shin's second altar, the very first character, have 3 separate versions as 3 separate playable operators. Oh, interesting.
"ちょうどいいところに来たじゃないか。この夢に欠けている部分をどうすべきかと案じていたところだ。ドクター、歌を歌ってくれ。共にしたたかようじゃないか。」
There's a dog space. Alright, done. Alright, very interesting. Alright. Then the last one, it's a bit crossing Novua Volsin thing. No. Alright, let's see what this is. Very interesting.
「ベローヌよりご挨拶を」「ディミトリ・チェルタルト・ベローヌが喜んで力になろう」
Interesting. Pretty cool. Lord. just thinking of like Italian stuff. New gamer skins. Ah, okay. Yeah. I think it's kind of interesting with yeah, just thinking of like Italian mob stuff because of just kind of well, yeah, some of the stuff that ended up being part of the reason why my mother's family ended up in America was that I think my grandmother's father had some sort of dealings of I think he was a don or something. I think he had some sort of thing with being some sort of person in the mob that had a hit on him, and so he sent his wife and kid to America. Hence, my grandmother being a first generation immigrant, I think. Like a immigrant, my mother being basically a first generation American. I think that's how that story went. I haven't heard it in a while, so my memory might be a bit hazy, but it was something like that, I think. An odd bit of random, just oh yeah, that's a thing. I always find that funny. Just Italian mob stuff just reminds me of that's a story that I'm learning. Why my mother's mother was why my grandmother's was Alright, that was pretty interesting. I am rather tired, so now time to, I guess, quickly do the dailies, because, yeah, we'll move over to Avatar Focus. You entirely. So Beaumont here is actually Dimitri, was the second in charge of the, Lon Mafia family, whose original leader is, Leon Souza, became operator Vigil. When we first saw Dimitri, he had design features that appear for Rhodes Island operators, so we're all basically waiting for him to show up. Ah, interesting. Yeah. So, very interesting. Yeah. Okay. I need to remember not to spend too much time on this because it is a bit late and I do need to sleep.
出发！
Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna keep it in this until we get past the original bit, but alright, I should also do that. If you follow the quick reminder from Discord, should be fine. Alright, let's do this real quick. There we go. Alright, so it should be able to... Alright. There we are. Alright. Yeah. There's some pretty interesting stuff with this. Yeah. It should be fairly quick to be able to do this. That'll be nice at least. Yeah. I do think it's pretty interesting to see,
这么匆忙，别担心，闪电乐意效劳。
Alright, what else is gonna show up? Alright, you. Alright, by the end of today, I should have everything to get the character, which will be nice. There should be more of these. I should be able to take them. Alright. Of course, it's another course. You all get the class. Alright, so I'm gonna go through this. We're gonna run through this. I believe this should put me at... I believe this should put me past the 240 needed to get the ticket, which means that by the end of next week, I should have 10 of the costume tickets. Should hopefully be able to get it all. Otherwise, I gotta do this for another freaking like 10 weeks to get the costume, which I don't really care about, but... Oh, right. I need to remember to freaking, yeah, now I got 2 of these at max level. I gotta fix that. Remember to do that. First, T.
指挥官，
That make firm. Away slumbering taste buds. Alright. I'll pull his list. Oh, 10 minutes. I guess we'll do this one. Do you wear Western style clothing? Do you wear things like... No idea how the frick to say that. On occasions, two that I prefer with classical elements to them. These styles have been established for the century. I have no idea how to say that word, so I'm just not going to try to pronounce it. There's that done. Creepow. Okay. I probably would not have arrived at that pronunciation whatsoever. Random.
这样啊。
Oh. Okay. I thought that was going. That sounded like that was going to be a faster. Nope, it was good. Yay.
流星划过。
Okay. Alright. Go.
好的。
Alright. Not provoking. Alright. Yeah, 2 Western. I still have to do 2 other things. Alright, now I'm going to come over. I'm gonna use this to figure out which one of these has a character the furthest that I can actually go through. Sure, we'll do this one, I guess. Because I still need more of these to get the whole thing finished. I could also talk to like 2 people, but why not? Okay. Where the frick is... Oh, there it is. Okay. Nope, that's not the right thing. Alright.
指挥官，要不要来杯夏克里夏日限定舞台闪耀拿铁？在方糖咖啡馆可是人气爆款哦。顺带一提，是夏克里亲手调制的哦。
Alright, we'll do this. Has a super important plan that I remember how. Is a new tactical exercise, concert. Alright. What's I know? Alright. Right now. I'm hearing from her IM. That was loud. Hey. Equipment. Turns out it was loose over there. Okay. Surprises. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay then.
锵锵。
90% of this get after today. Alright. Alright. Okay then. Alright. Absolutely find those absolutely ridiculous. Alright. Here we are. Right, I should now have 9. Right? Yeah. Oh, it's 70 more? Oh, boy. Well, I hope I get it. How long till it closes? Two days, so yeah, enough time. Okay. Now that that's done, I can go back over here, visit the dorm, and remember to actually upgrade everybody. Alright. There was you. That's now up to 4. And then I think it was Lind. Yep. Maybe need a drink. Alright. And we'll just give a gift that way. Alright. Alright. Now I can go this. Leave the back. Run everything else. And we should be done. We're gonna gonna run this. I do need to switch the combat exercise number of attempts to 2. I think. Oh yeah, I also need to set that to 2. There we go. Alright. Start loop. Confirm. It should give me pretty much everything I need. I do love that this is now a thing, so I can just leave this going. It makes dailies go way quicker. And allows me to level up way quicker too. Alright. I think I'm doing 2 of these exercises, so it'll probably take a little bit, but yeah. Alright. This will run through. So glad I'm not doing this personally. Although I do wish, can I, is this fast forward?
真理与忠言，奉上。这时还来得及。
Alright, does not look like I can. That's gonna go as well.
为您的轻率举动付出代价。试试新发明。给我永远消失！
Alright.
别打我！
Alright. Enemy movement. Ow.
我投降！
Apology. Attack, and you should do any sort of battle.
看我的！
Now?
以真理与忠言
I
奉
don't
上。
know.
让你3秒。 为您的轻率举动付出代价。
Now it, I guess, is not, but I mean, it doesn't take very long anyway. And yeah, for once there's an auto that's actually workable. Do you think this is gonna go twice? So.
崩吐司之灵劫。
Alright.
这时还来得及。
The animation for the ultimate because those would probably triple the length of time.
有我在，就没什么好担心的啦。
And I've seen them enough. I've seen my main team's thing enough. Oh good, it did both of those at once. That's nice. Alright. Do that. Alright. Do that. I'm already almost to level up again, which is really good. Resend. Alright, dispatch income. Good. Alright. This. Good. You. All. Voyage. This. Claim. 14 to 18. We'll do these. Boom. There we are. Alright. This works quickly. And then I'll just... There should now be enough to get all the way up to 800, so I get this character. Yep. Now I have the character. Booyah.
你眼中的破铜烂铁，对我来说不是垃圾，
Isn't it
而是宝藏。
necessarily trash? I now have that character. And this gives pretty basic stuff as well. Perfect. And the only thing I need to do is basically log in more times and voila. That's done. These, so is this okay? Let's see, we'll go do these. Alright, we'll go do these. Voila. Did you collect the platoon page? I have not. Much tea. Like your bike to keel over. Means I can lie down. If I lie down, it's easier to sleep. Alright. Here, I got you a drink with the spirits. Be able to sleep at night, right? Wasn't your goal to not fall asleep during night?
来了来了，
Oh yeah, that's true. But
好困。
Eyes open. Okay. Here we go. That reward. These are fairly basic. Come on, let me through here. In the armory. Lag's not my friend. Come on, open up. Okay. Alright.
看这里。
Hello.
看这里。嘿。 啊？ 真遗憾。
Okay. And now that that's done, exit the crew deck again. I can grab the things from the platoon page. Resupply, climb all. Good. Alright. Alright. Nope, nothing else here. Alright, the last thing's this. Okay. I don't think I have a lot of these. Like these ones. Okay, I'm gonna take, I guess, we go for these three. There we go. Okay, and it's just consume that much to get that. Okay, and these are just that. Okay. That's that. Well, supply missions, neural supply. Okay. Limited tests. Doing this. You, auto, max. Alright. I also forgot to claim these. Okay. You should do the Leva test to get there. Alright. Right. And what do these give me? Oh, it gives me those collapse pieces. Alright. Have I seen these? I did see this on the character, so I did already see that one. Alright. And then we'll proceed. So we'll do this, get the collapse pieces. Once I'm done getting the collapse pieces, I think I'm gonna go try to get more characters even still, and then that. I've already used the character, so I roughly know what is the options. I mean, that's the most useful. I would do that, and that would eliminate pretty much everybody almost immediately. So that's what I'm gonna do. And what? I have one friendly, so I eliminate pretty much everybody else, and then scrolling eliminates that dude, and there's the round.
完美，这次莱亚姐应该会夸我的吧
Alright. That was easier than it probably should have been. Alright. Or these. We'll do this. Oh, yeah. I've also been. Alright. And then proceed. Alright. I'm gonna remember which ones I have and have not seen yet, so. Alright. 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 So that's so I want to run this direction, use not that, this. Then only that one. Where I moved here and did this. That hits. No. And that doesn't hit. Oh, that does. Perfect. Almost. Two. One. Oh, that's not even the
指令是
Okay. Use lava. Further this way to use lava, which pretty much guarantees the other ones are almost dead. Another or two others to take out the
看我看，就叫出来吧。
groups. Oh, hey, I then. There we go. Just and
冲呀！
then just come over here and eliminate this guy. Fine, we'll do the max. It doesn't actually take too much extra time, so.
交给我了，看我的！
All right, there we go. Enemy's dead.
任务顺利完成，可露凯姐姐。
Voila. All right, now I think what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go remember to go to not this area. I'm gonna tap you. Their store is right over here. Nope, that's the wrong one. I now have quite a lot of these, so I'm just going to buy all of the attachments because we're gonna snap these. I think I've used the weekly tickets. I don't have enough for that one. I used this, so I have 300 left. Means I can do both of these. There we go. I'm 90% certain that I have, though I can't remember, so I will check. Here, combat, boss fight. Yes, I have in fact used that. Alright. Attention drills in here. No, that's the intel storage. Alright. Alright. Now I'm just recruitment. We are going to we're gonna do several of these. I already have you, so it would be this one. Alright. This one. See what we get here. It shows purple, so unless it's one of the very basic characters, I'm not getting anything for characters, but that's fine. Hey, alright. And then the other thing I'm gonna do is just come over here, access, yes. Do 2 of these, and then we'll deal with the characters that I do have. That showed.
准备就绪。
Well, there's Sharky. I think that's now Max for her, I think. That's Max if I don't already have Max.
我是治安人心队长莫辛纳甘，请您。
Hey, I got motion.
这不是指挥官同志吗？
Are you the commander? It's been
这么
so
久没见
long.
您都去哪儿
Where have you
了
been all this time? Alright. Well, it says guaranteed in 50. I got it with like 40 something remaining. Alright, well, that worked. I'm gonna go to the refrigerator.
拥有巨翼的鸟群。
to upgrade pretty much these two characters now. Oh right, I also need to. Where is Sharky? There you are.
感觉有段时间没有见。
I think this should be your final fortification. There we are. Fortified complete. Good.
你教我。
And you. Unfortunately, I only have skins, not the actual gun itself. Apparently, can't calibrate it, nor can I. Well, I can enhance, so we're just going to do that. Enhance target proficiency. I'm going to actually cut this down to 20 because I don't have nearly enough of those things in order to do that. So we'll do that. And training. Alright. You expand. And alright.
这样就算完成了。
Here we go. Expand again. Alright, expand.
勉强凑合吧。
And again. Alright, I can expand you, so we'll expand your maximum to
继续，
50.
还不够吗？
But we'll not level you up to 50 because that takes way too many of the component pieces.
近期任务会不会太多？不是什么大问题。
I have plenty of your gun. Oh wait, do I have any of the better Mosin guns? Oh, 3-line rifle apparently. I would have thought that this would be a called a Mosin, but nope, it's the 3-line. Okay. I guess that's their weapon. I can't don't have the calibration for it, but I do have that, so. Alright, I also need to enhance. We're gonna enhance you only to 30. Is the actual name of the Mosin the gun. Oh! Okay. There we go. You level up. And we'll count you. Alright. Wikipedia for the Mosin. Alright. Now, I've only ever heard it referred to as the Mosin count. Yeah. Referred to as that, so.
共同进步。
Didn't realize that was the actual name of it. Interesting. Alright. Expand you.
一起努力。
Alright, we'll expand you to 50 as well. Because we can.
还不够。
But we'll not do that until 50 because I don't have enough for that. Who is another? Where does my upgrades available to 50 stop? 50, 50.
喂，指挥官。
Rolling. Alright, we'll expand Crowlink, I guess. I don't use Crowlink frequently, but we'll expand it. There we are.
还不够。
Excellent, now that. Perfect. Alright.
需要现在查阅一下吗，指挥官？
Why is Groza so under-leveled? I use Groza fairly frequently. Why is Groza so under-leveled? It is ridiculous for me to have Groza so under-leveled. Anything else I needed to know? I don't know if there was anything else. Oh, right. I guess the mission to this, to you. I now also have to proceed to giving them their gift, which mostly just implies maxing this. Firm. For some reason just decide to get them all the way to 2 just to begin with. You claim. You. Oh, good. It finally acted the combat. Good. Alright. You claim. Proceed. Good. Cap you out. There we go. And now that should also have the you spending the gold being done. Now I just need to use those 2 in a combat mission. Oh, I'm also apparently now upgraded this, so yay. Dispatch is higher, I guess. So let's see. How many characters do I not have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Maybe. Though I might just do that off camera so I can quietly read instead of trying to read it all out loud. But who knows? I have no idea what my plan ends up being. I usually have no plan until I'm in the middle of what I'm doing, so... that's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go events. Do I not have more from... Not you. Can I more through this? Oh no. I already spent the gold I needed. Okay. Alright. Okay. I think that there was anything else that I wanted to do. You need to do this. This one should be voiced. You don't have to read it loud. Also, there's more than just the event under time limited. Yeah, but that's like 90% of the time limited. Time limited. It's also artifact recovery, which I really don't. Like, what do I get for doing this? Just more of these? I mean, it's good and all, but... Ashen Tails is the new one. Yeah. I mean... Is the upgrade chart... Oh, that's this. Yeah, it's the same rewards that you can get. I don't know. I mean, there is other stuff there. I don't think I've also opened this one, so I might as well, but... I don't know. I find them all to be the same, really. And I might stuff. Yeah. Alright. Those are going around almost down to a large area, right? I don't know. I don't find much of it worth the. There's a lot of that. Alright. Any other outfits, right? Nope, all the outfits are there. Alright. Alright. Yeah. That's gonna. I think. Remember to do it this way here. Oop. All right. Bit rate is going to crap in here. Yeah. Well, shit. Hopefully that speeds back up. Yeah, we're gonna probably call it a night. I'm finding a lot of things to be really fun and enjoyable. So I think if I am gonna do maybe another shorter stream, I might do a short stream of Enlisted soon. Because I'll be honest, that game is really good fun for me. Yeah. What was the other thing? All right. Yeah. And that's gonna about do it. Want to go hunting again? Yeah. Is it gonna be same time? Wednesday at like 7 in the morning, right? Or 7 for me, which was I don't know what it was again for you guys. Yeah. I definitely want to do that. That'll be fun. Yeah. Just gonna have a little wind down, but yeah. I definitely think if I'm gonna do another short stream, like a off time stream, I might do a enlisted stream. Available same time on any day. Level 1 wolf. Alright, let's go raid them. And yeah, I think I might play enlisted. It's made by the same people who made other stuff. So I might do that as a stream because I've been playing that off stream and it's been really fun. Yeah. We'll go raid this person. And then that'll be the oh, excuse me. Alright, yeah. We're gonna go do that. Let's say thank you all so much for coming out and watching. I've been Captain Hundraxis signing off.